Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. This is our 70th stream. This is huge. We are about to finish. Well, I say about to, but we'll see how we go. This is potentially, most likely, the completion of the Shadowbringers storyline. This is patch 5.5 and also patch 5.55 to close out this post Shadowbringers storyline and to bring in the next expansion, Endwalker. So thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you're having a good evening or a good morning wherever you are. It's a very, very cold 7:30 in the morning, but I am excited to continue as we jump in. So Carver, Cardsmage, Philippe, Cadaviera, Avery, Catspaw, Nova, Slade, Trobloid, Lyra, thank you so much for showing up, and Mobius has woken up on time as well. We're going to start off with something a little unrelated to the patch 5.5 storyline. As you can see from where we're currently located and what we're currently wearing, dressed for the occasion as we continue the Final Fantasy VII themed weapon trials. We're going to talk to the Resistance officer and continue with this one, just to give us, you know, a little warm-up to bring everyone in, just to get more people awake and active before we jump into the finale of the Shadowbringers patches. I think that works out quite well. Don't you agree? But I'm very excited. Hopefully, we'll have a nice, lengthy stream today as well to get through that story content. And I mean, if things are going really well, maybe we might even be able to do some savage raids together, but we shall see. This is in memory. The Resistance troops wish to help their newfound allies in Turncliffe. Wasn't this trial at 5.5? I think that it was only the Eden raid that was specifically tied to story moments, that it was good to do it as the patch came out. This does feel pretty separate. I think we're gonna do it. Released in 5.5. Well, we're at 5.5. Diamond weapon's always a great warm-up weapon, I would say. Right, Avery, glad you caught up on Claire Obscure. Hope that you're enjoying that playthrough a lot. It's so much fun. I can't wait to share the other episodes I've recorded with you. Catspaw, that's okay. Hopefully we can catch you later. Don't let us distract you from work too much. I'm feeling a little refreshed. Catspaw. I was away from home for a few days and had some stuff going on. That's why we've got a gap in uploads at the moment. It's just a little bit on and off, but I am recording. The videos are coming. They're currently being watched by patrons, and then they'll be watched publicly real soon. Yeah, it came out in 5.5, but it doesn't have Thancred and Oriange magically coming back. Exactly. Alright. I think we'll begin. Ah, Omega. I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of Imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you could spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Omega. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Bless you, Omega. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Nice. All these weapons, and they fall to the power of Omega weapon. And not that Omega weapon. This Omega weapon. Look, the gang has shown up. Is this a solo trial? Or should I assemble the party? Or should I assemble the party after? It's a party? Oh. We all get to party. Let's go. The group is assembled. Only solo is Sapphire. That's true. Ruby was a group effort as well, wasn't it? Every day we are getting closer to playing Death Stranding 2. Oh my god. I managed to secure myself a copy of the collector's edition with the statue. Honestly, there's currently, like, less Let's Plays going on than normal. Like, when things are really going, sometimes I've got 3 or 4 on the go, and I'm really trying to force myself not to do that, because basically my brain goes, man, I'm pretty bored. No, you know, just in life, I'm pretty bored. I'll start a new game. And then I go, oh, I'm so overwhelmed, and I can't do anything. I don't have time for anything else, because I'm playing all these games. And then I'll finish the games, and I'll go, I'm bored. And then that's been the endless cycle of me trying to slow down on the Let's Play so I don't overload myself, but then my brain going, I can't stop. I just can't stop. We've been pretty good about that, though. I'm playing Expedition 33 and Near Replicant at the moment, and also that has allowed me, by being strict with myself, to have time for the live streams, because that's like a big reason why we weren't playing Final Fantasy XIV on stream for like 8 months, is I was also heavily invested in a lot of other Let's Plays. So, but we back. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. To Turncliffe. The next 2 games that are probably getting played on the channel is Death Stranding 2 and Lies of P, because they went, oh, that DLC you've been waiting for. What if we shadow dropped it? Oh, excuse me. So that's been pretty interesting to kind of go, all right, shit, I gotta jam that in to the schedule, because I said when the DLC is out, I'll play the game, but I still have to kind of figure it out a bit. While I am painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its own. War machina that feeds on the very lives of their pilots. I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Werlet, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. It stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. Yeah, let's get another horrible scene of kids being tortured and this guy being a maniacal maniac. There is also, like, Let's Plays being long. That's the thing. Is like, if there's a long game, you can be sure that I'll probably make it longer. Because I put a lot of time and effort into going through everything. And then you can have games that you can finish in much less time. Yeah, definitely too many projects, not enough time. I'm very grateful that, like, I get to start a game and YouTube is like an accountability thing. for my ADHD. Like, I used to pick up games and just play like a little bit, put it down, and then I would never touch the game again. And it wasn't a fault of the game, it was just my brain would go, let's go to the next thing, while I was also addicted to Destiny, my biggest shame. Nah, I had a good time being addicted to Destiny, but it was very easy to just pick up and drop games, and YouTube is like an accountability thing where I've started it, and like, I'm not the only one who's going through this journey anymore. I have all of you with me when I play a game, and so people are counting on me, so I gotta do it. It keeps me focused, right? And it keeps me like in a position where I can do as much as possible. Like, I'm not just like rushing through the games either. It's great. I need more 10-hour games. That is true though. That is true. Leave Valley to me. Having cared for my mother for so long before being transferred away, I'd like to think I have developed suitable bedside manner. Yeah, a couple of games that I did that with in the past was like Horizon Zero Dawn. And I also did that for the base game of The Witcher 3. And it's like stuff like that. I look back on that now, you know, now that I'm in the YouTube era, and I'm like, oh, shouldn't have even played them. Shouldn't have even touched them, instead of doing these terrible on and off playthroughs in my own time, you know? Because a big reason why I didn't do playthroughs of a lot of games before YouTube was my brain was always like, I might record it one day. Like, I might do YouTube, maybe. So that's why, like, I have like one bookshelf that was like full of like older games that I never got to play. I was like, maybe. So, but I was still also needing to play games at the same time because I love games. So yeah, I never played the what's the expansion for Zero Dawn? Is it the Frozen Wilds? I never played that. Honestly, I rushed through that game as well, and that's the thing, because I was like, I kept picking it back up, being like, oh, I gotta go back to this, on and off. Shocking. So I'll probably do an actual replay of it, where it's like, you know, I remember kind of the basic concept. Like, I know what's going on, but there's a lot that I don't remember. And then, obviously, I haven't touched the second game. And then, yeah, we're going to start from The Witcher 1, then go into The Witcher 2, and then have, like, a definitive Witcher 3 experience, and then I can play the DLC for the first time. But yeah, there's barely anything that I remember from Witcher 3 as well. No more Legacy of Kain playthroughs. That is correct, Imperial, because there's no more Legacy of Kain games, sadly. I wish there were. You're the one who piloted the War Marketer and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? Indeed, ma'am. Thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avalina, and I grew up here. When I saw 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hoped that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the Resistance troops and Ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. Wait for the Witcher remake? Nah. I'm actually excited to play some Eurojank. I know that it seems to have this like, uh-oh, don't play that one. Just go straight into this one mentality. Do you know who you're talking to, mate? Do you know who you're talking to? I'm going to play it, and Witcher 2, and Witcher 3, because the Witcher 1 remake, like, just think about how far away that is. Think about how far away that is, because the Witcher 4 is coming out next, and then CD Projekt Red are using the tools and everything that they've put into Witcher 4, and they're using that to build their remake. And they're also working on Cyberpunk 2, so we don't know if Cyberpunk will come before the Witcher remake either. So, you know, I could be dead before the Witcher remake comes out. So I should at least try and play the original. And I'll give you a good example. When I started playing Knights of the Old Republic on the channel, I had quite a few people come up and say, old game, wait for remake. And that's out, right? That critically acclaimed Knights of the Old Republic remake, that's out by now, isn't it? That's out. We all had a good time with that remake. And I've played Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 long ago now, that when the remake comes out, I get to go play it. And I get to play the remake and share that experience with existing fans as well, which is awesome. It is happening, Philippe. I don't know if you followed along with any news of the development on it, but it exists. It's happening, and it's actually in good hands. And the developers freed themselves from its Embracer clutches, which is awesome. So they're definitely just working on it until they have something to show for it. But it'll happen. Bob, all is well indeed. It's a Thursday morning for me at 7:44 in the morning. But doing well. Waking up. Something I can help you with. Yeah, Galleon, we've only got 6, so we've got 2 spots open. I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. I'll tell you though, it was tough to get out of bed this morning. I actually delayed the stream by 30 minutes because it was originally going to be for half an hour earlier, but it was like 2 degrees and I didn't want to move for a little bit, so I had to heat up the house first. The heater's on, we're cozy. I burned myself alive in the shower for a bit. But it's very cold at the moment. It's hard to get out of bed in those situations. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. Oh, I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion, of all places. God damn. How did you know her? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius van Beosar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sanjunius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he He tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that a Rogadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavus of the 14th, Nero Tolskeva, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlet, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I had helped bring those abominations to the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they never dream of subjecting a trueborn Garlean to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to the weapon project together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference, I know there is. But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that warmup you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. That's right, Vibe. There's no Muppets, and there's no gooning, because this is an 8 a.m. stream time. This is not a 3 a.m. stream time. All those people are gone. They won't hurt you anymore. Don't worry. I've got you. Time to speak with the resistance officer. Oh wait, hang on. I talk to this guy and he takes me back instead of fast traveling, guys. See? That's growth. Meanwhile, the Final Fantasy VII Remake team are panicking after Resident Evil 9 stole the title from them. It's so true, because Requiem would really work, and they already used Reunion, that it's like, those are the two names that I would choose. God damn it. I do love that Resident Evil 9 kept a way for them to put the number in the logo, because they were able to do that with 7 and Village quite easily with the Roman numerals. So like, okay, well there's no 9 in Resident Evil. So they had to get creative and put it in the subtitle. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlet's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'll be honoured to fight alongside the people of Werlet. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. Hey, I'm not finished with you yet, mate. God, if they called Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake Resolution, I don't know if I'd be happy with that. Because it's a little on the nose. It's a little like Final Fantasy VII, the end. Resolution doesn't really fit for me. I could only hope that they just say screw it in regards to Crisis Core and just call it Final Fantasy VII Reunion, because that's kind of what the whole thing is about. It is the perfect subtitle. And look, Square Enix and subtitles, you know, Final Fantasy VII Dream Drop Distance HD 2.5 Remix, you know, there are worse names. Duty in the Sky with Diamond, as they come face to face with Diamond Weapon in the back. Alright, let's play the Beatles, everyone. Duty in the Sky with Diamond. The Resistance troops have received intriguing information from Werlet. Ah yes, Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Reckoning? Yeah, it would have to be Reckoning. Reckoning. There's something about the idea of 7.2, 7.3 that is really funny to me, because childhood me was obsessed with the idea of my favorite Final Fantasies getting those types of sequels, because I know that 10.2 has one. And there was a YouTube video that I watched years and years ago, like this is when I was like, I don't know, 10 to 12 years old, and it was like a Final Fantasy 7.2 video, and it was like someone had like modded FF7 to they're wearing Advent Children outfits, and they're doing something like, well, I can't remember the specifics, but there was that concept of 7.2 and people enjoying the idea of like an 8.2 and what could come after. I mean, the precedent is obviously there. There's a 10.2 and there's a 13.2, but Slade is correct. There isn't a 13.3. They decided to be obnoxious and say Lightning Returns. Those are going to be fun playthroughs on the channel, I'll tell you. I've played 13, but 13.2 and Lightning Returns, those will need to be experienced. Same with 10.2. That's also a game that I will need to experience. So we've got some exciting blind playthroughs for Final Fantasy across like every era. It's great. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. I was just here, you silly guy. I'm assuming this is the quest that came in patch 5.5. Considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlet. That is true. Final Fantasy for the after years instead of 4.2. So, you know, the idea of these games getting sequels, it's not unprecedented. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Who's the mystery person? Oh, Reunion, hello. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Omega. Oh, that's hilarious. It has the wrong name, and have we met before? That is so rude. It's been too long, Minago. I'm not gonna show her that disrespect. That would be so, I'm not gonna do it. It's so funny. Who are you again? Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Rolga's Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlet also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlet Revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Beosar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning into a former enemy, and many did. But desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the main king, Theodoric, or his successor, Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlet in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Telephoroi, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Omega. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Alright, back to Turncliffe. Oh. I see a tiny gremlin and a lynx lavender hanging out with this group. Who is that in the chat? Let yourselves be known. Hey. Zaf is Lynx Lavender. And Lala Spoopsy is Tiny Gremlin. You know what? I could have told you that without you telling me, Lala Spoopsy. I don't know what it is, but it just fits. We have a full party. Another trip to Turncliffe. Revolutionaries. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Beosar of all people lead the charge, but as I always say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Werlet once, so I'm certain it would be just as successful a second time. Just conquer it back the other way. It's been a long time coming, but finally, Werlet will throw off the shackles of Imperial rule. Where are the other guys? Well, that's kind of sad. Ah, Gaius Beosar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. I always love the... Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Boy, oh boy, the price of freedom sure is steep. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Werlet chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. Only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment, and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Werlet. The irony is not lost on me. It's a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those, such as Valens, who are being born Garlean, who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. There is something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Okay. Why did Ali have to keep all this a secret? We could have helped her. Oh no, what's gone on now? You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Werlet, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please do not try and stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali. She is heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlet. I am certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Wurlet revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Omega is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Hey, that's a lack of faith. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Yellow. Can you hear me? I'm in Wurlet, just outside Castrum Calinum. All hells are broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we have lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Wurlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable, so far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Wurlet may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready, the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Wurlet headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a single purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon! Yes, but what about the pearl weapon? And the platinum weapon, and the heart gold weapon, and the soul silver weapon? But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived. Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Beosar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. And all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. Valenz is very good at doing agreements. Of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic aurosite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlet be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. Valiant girl, but... oh, my, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlet citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legata such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of Imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlet you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Yes. Ulwick, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please, forgive me. Shadowbringers patches being the thing to, like, introduce the internal dialogue. Dude, there it is. So sick. Eben, glad you're enjoying Expedition 33. And thanks for the kind words. Initiating the synthetic aurosite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon. Codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Well, we're getting our rematch with Xenos, just in the form of a giant weapon. Behold, perfection itself! Milisandia, Recon, and Rex gave their lives. That others may live without fear. The aurosite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together to... Get in the robot alley. I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. Damn, her sacrifice for the, for Whirlet here is huge. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Let's fucking go. Sick design. Crush him. Squish him like a bug right now. Yes. Lowborn filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down! Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. Oh. Allie, you destroyed the wrong stuff. Ah, it's not responding. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death. The diamond weapons design in Final Fantasy XV Kingsglaive was fucking amazing as well. It was such a cool modded interpretation. No, I can't let it end like this. Milisandia, Recon, Rex, guide my hand. Oh no, it's gonna be like she's gonna oversoul it somehow. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. What the hell? The synthetic aurosite responding to, like, tears. Combat sample. Ready. Initiating overmind. Subject name. Oh, we don't know who it is. So the combat sample is the tears. Overmind? What is that? Yeah, mind instead of soul. Ah! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating overmind, but how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Oh, that's a good shot. Yeah, he gets the big chest laser. Yeah! Eat chest laser. Oh my god. But now she's lost herself to the overmind. What a desperate play. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured into Whirlet by himself, with little more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course of action. I was unable to save Milisandia, Recon, and Rex, but there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Ready to depart, I'll send for Master Garlord. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Vaudelin, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I am certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm. And for that, I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf, your penchant for gigantic warmachina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again, Omega. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avalina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avalina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there will be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. That's a true thing about the diamond weapon is that, you know, they're like, it's the most powerful one, right? And we never get to really experience that firsthand in Final Fantasy VII because it's a story boss and it's a story weapon. So you fight it and then it just ignores you, goes, see you later, and keeps on walking toward Midgar. And it takes the, you know, the sister ray to eliminate it. So we never get to fight it ourselves. Oh, that's a dynamic entrance. Look at that. Very good. It makes me hope that in Final Fantasy VII Part 3, because that's when it gets into fighting weapons territory, like Emerald, Ruby, Ultima, I am hoping that Diamond Weapon, while it being a story boss most likely, I also am really hoping that there's some sort of secret fight. It'll probably be like one of those like Chadley VR fights, maybe. There'll be like another arena of like secret super bosses. Having Diamond Weapon would be great. And then I kind of wish that they could add like an Omega weapon in there as well, but I'm so excited to see how that game handles fighting like such huge enemies on a grand scale. We'll see how we go, but goddamn, thinking about 7 Part 3, just, it drives me insane to think about the fights that we have yet to experience. Oh boy. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. Nice. 16 can do big bosses, but it's also a very different situation because instead of it being just Clive being able to go crazy, and Clive can also kind of, you know, transform, Final Fantasy VII's party doesn't really have that same level of capability. Like, as much as I love Cloud, Clive would rip Cloud to shreds if he was given the chance, if they were enemies. If you're heading for Turncliffe, say the word. Oh yeah, let's go back home. You're off to save Melisandre's foster siblings, Alphonse and Ali, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back to safety. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Vaudelin's safe return from Werlet. Hopefully he's taking advantage of the chaos to make good on his escape. And big fat tacos and the music, you've ruined it. You've ruined it, you lot. Total brain rot. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require, even before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Omega handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. No, I can definitely hear it, sadly. I think it's like... people have specific ears for music sometimes. Beans and tacos, yeah, that's the thing. Also, when people tell you to listen out and say, hey, it sounds like this, sometimes that can either really help or just people are like, nah, I don't hear it. Alright, before I just start this dungeon, give me one moment, I'll be right back. It seems the controls are the same as the previous iteration, though it has been some time since I last piloted War Machina of Allagan origin. Lack of practice is no excuse for failure. The cloud deck, oh my god. So this is really interesting because it looks like we're gonna have a sky fight, which is how we fought Ultima weapon in the original Final Fantasy. Intelligence from Werlet indicates that a previously unknown weapon is laying waste to the 7th Imperial Legion's headquarters. Though it seems improbable that the War Machina could turn against its creators, a letter left by Ali reveals her intention to commandeer the weapon and rescue her brother Alphonse from the Imperials. Together with Gaius and Sid, you formulate a strategy not to destroy, but to capture the rampaging machine before any harm can come to its pilot. Is it beat the heart of Sabik? Like, is that what it is? Saying beat the heart of a few times and then beat the heart of Sabik? Target in sight, pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Threat detected, returning fire. Familiar male voice. Is it just gonna be... It'll be the combat data of Gaius. Let's say familiar male voice. It'll be... It's gotta be Gaius to come from Ali's tears, right? Oh, the kick! Okay, it's so cool to see Diamond Weapon be so mobile. Because in every other time that we see Diamond Weapon, it's just this big, hulking, slow mass. So that was actually so sick to see that mobility. They fucking kicked a missile away. Hell yeah. Hey, Revan, Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X. Airship fight. On the roof of the airship. Let's go. We're heading to Bavel right now. Let's go, team. I thought I'd be in the G-Savior, like it would dismount. But no, here we are. Oh, there it is. Time for my next trick. G-Savior Mark II opening containment field. Use the teleporter to move between decks. That's crazy. Accessing Ruby weapon data. Deploying claws. Milisandia, grant me your strength. Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. So, I think that it's the weapon data of Gaius. And Gaius is then, like, calling upon his children to help him. And it's accessing the combat data of the previous weapons. Diamond Rain. I love the teleporting between decks. That's so sick. Accessing Sapphire weapon data. Opening chest armor. I won't let you down, Recon. Purging armor, diamond weapon, show them what you're made of. I have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, has been realized. Whoa! The true face of diamond weapon. Oh! I think we had to be on the other thing. Oh my god, this is so cool. What the fuck? I love that they were like, let's do something new. And they made it a fucking more mobile beast of a weapon. Raising Magitech field, there is no escape. God, oh no. It's like holding on to the orbs. Wow. That is fascinating. It's like a rabid beast now. I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. This rate it'll overheat. Restoring armor. Oh, it's going back? Today we fight as one. Crazy. Don't worry, Ali. I'll keep you safe. How did we get another ship? Sorry to keep you waiting. The repairs on the Mark II should keep it airborne for now. That was a fast repair. It can enhance its agility, but only for a short while. We'd best pin it down while we still can. Three, two, one. You guys stayed over there for a little too long. Oh God. Hands. You guys better get over here. You're gonna get attacked. I'll go over the other side. We need another person over here, though. Accessing Emerald weapon data, deploying beam units. This is for you, Rex. We lost both our healers, so let's see how we go for the last 27%. Hold on tight. valiant effort. All right, let's do that again, shall we? Onward! Just gotta watch out for the side of diamond weapon that's preparing for the attack. Everyone. You did good, all things considered, for that. The transformation into the beast caught me off guard. Yeah, claws time. Okay, so he's going to jump on this and launch us off the platform. So close. Wow. I was like right on the edge. I didn't notice that attack last time. That was an unfortunate position, trying to get away from one attack and standing in front of another. This side. Oh, it's Sapphire. The Sapphire beam. Nice. Very good for the second run. The containment field won't hold. What a very cool fight using parts of different weapon combat data. Very nice, everyone. Switching between decks was a cool idea. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. Where did it land? In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. Well, let's see what Overmind does instead of Oversoul. Ellie. Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Okay. Survived getting beam attacked, because of course. Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. Such preservation! I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You were the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why, he's right in front of you! What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then, an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. Damn, the familiar male voice was Alphonse, not Gaius. That was the data. He became Overmind. Turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he puts his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens Van Varo can conceive of such a marvel. And to think that Ali came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Cut his head off! Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now, you will die. Cross slash. God, what an iPad baby. You can't defeat me while I've got my iPad. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. I love the concept of a gunblade using actual bullets. That's actually so good. You're gonna make the blade super hot. Let's go. I love that it has a barrel on it. Wait a minute, I don't have any data for this. He's put a bullet in it now. What? It's the same but different. Terminus est Croceamors. Gah! But this wasn't in my iPad. You stupid idiot. Oh, nice. Seeing the gunblade with an actual barrel on the sword for stuff like that is so sick. Reactivating synthetic orocyte system. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. God damn. What? You! Stop this at once! Please let me go! Albert, no, off Maud! Wait! Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No! Stop! I beg you! You can't do this to me! I'm Valens Van Faro! Better than Gaius! God, in this way! Ah! Pop? Holy shit, dude. Get popped. Damn, man. Oh, holy shit. That was good. Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Milisandia, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, The memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son. Oh! God damn. Absolute cinema. With a touch of heartbreak in there, for good measure. Leave it to Final Fantasy XIV to take a really amazing cinematic concept, something that's just on paper and in practice so fucking cool, and then they make it so much more powerful. They're so good at writing and delivering on the, like, emotional payoffs. Like, it's just stunning how they're able to do something like that. Like, it's not just, yeah, you fought Diamond Weapon, but there's just so many more layers to it. Like, you couldn't ask for a better payoff than that. They're so good at delivering on being able to, like, wrap up on plot lines like that. So good. Etch a Sketch, I feel you, but that's okay. That's what you got me for. I'm doing the voice acting, and nobody's paying me for it. It's all Apocalypse voice over here. Makes me regret, well, not regret, but it just makes me annoyed at past Apocalypse, because when we first started, I wasn't reading out everything. So there's a lot of stuff in, like, the early Final Fantasy streams, especially during, like, A Realm Reborn, where there's a lot of just, I was just reading the dialogue internally, and I didn't read out a lot of stuff, and then I skipped over things as well. And it's, like, a little bit of a unfortunate regret that I have, you know what I mean? I wish that I just did all of the voices from the very beginning. It's a little bit of a shame. But, you know, I'm glad that sort of from that Heaven's Ward period onward, we fixed up some stuff. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. He's probably grieving. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius, Valens Van Varo in the Weapon Project and no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Whirlet revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. And love you shall find, orchestral roll. Damn. Crimson, welcome to the stream. We've just finished up the weapon trial storyline. We've taken on Diamond Weapon. So it's been a couple of hours of that. We're yet to get into patch 5.5. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. Forever at your side. Severa is concerned for Ali's well-being. Ah, that's a shame, Mercury. Do you have the stream notifications role in the Discord as well? Because I do a little Discord notification when I go live as well. Oh, I really enjoyed the diamond weapon fight. We got it on the second try. It was a good, another mechanically satisfying fight for sure. The recent events in Werlet have a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none so more than Alice. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused Ali to close herself off like this, but for the time being all we can do is wait. Ah, perhaps there was one other thing. Avalina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her? Avalina. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me. Now it's my turn to do the same for others. Avalina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. She got them big keys. My God, we lost Kate. No worries, Kate. If you're still here, or if you rewatch this later, thanks for joining. Appreciate you hanging out. Now, get out! Alright, we have room for someone else. All future trials are blended with main quest. That's probably not a bad thing. It means that there's voice acting, probably, right? I hope all is well with Avalina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Where? And I was half expecting him to turn up in a different outfit for some reason. I don't know why. It just like, for some reason it felt like the fact that it was like, he's been gone for quite some time and it was like leading up to a reveal. There was just a part of me that was like, he's gonna change his clothes. He's gonna get away with his tattered robes and move on. But then you remember this isn't the main quest, so if he shows up again in the main quest, they'll have to explain why he's wearing different clothes. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Damn. Okay. Ali. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there is more to it than that. The chirurgeons say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic orosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all that pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Milisandia, Recon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali, they risked everything to win the freedom of Werlet. And now, it has come to pass. We will see that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlet has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, Could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years, but what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I love the concept of, like, I looked up to you when I was a boy, and, like, Sid's all, like, graying, silver fox, and Gaius is like, I don't dye my roots, what are you talking about? God damn. So, Allie, unfortunately, got casketed. She got traumatized into a waking coma, which just sucks. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Voldalin and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. Yeah, it's either Sid grayed so early or dyes his hair silver so he looks older and more distinguished. Or Gaius is, dyeing his hair. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present. For the future. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius's children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius's side. I'll follow him and see where his journey leads. Before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time, I'd been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be, the ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and his hateful doctrine. This guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. Even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlet, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray go in peace, my friend. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Voldalin, Severa and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Guys, I don't want to alarm anyone, but they're talking about, like, revolution and, like, freedom and government and, like, oppression. This game wouldn't be political, would it? Would it? Well, here they are. The kids are free. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. He's about to become a dad again. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Beosar, and like Valens Van Varo, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet, they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the Castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Chirurgeons look over them, and find a place for them to stay. And there's more of them. I think that there are games that can, like, I guess, predict the future as, like, a lot of media can, but it also uses current real-world knowledge of, like, the present and the past to also inform that, because history can repeat a lot. And that's why you have to, like, people need to be able to learn from the past to not repeat the mistakes in future. And that's why it's important that information and history is freely accessible and true. Metal Gear Rising, that's interesting. But yeah, the MAGA line is because I learned this later because I got caught up in the confusion of the moment. And I was like, wait, what the hell? The MAGA line is because in the 80s, that was Ronald Reagan's slogan as well. It was just copied for later. So that's why it was used in Rising. But it is just obviously in the present, you look at that and you go, because it's been transformed, that phrase, you know. Seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries. My encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength that you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Wurlit is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. See, this type of storyline, when you let me know that trials kind of become merged with the main quest, it makes me happy because there's these optional storylines that you can completely miss. And then it's a challenge for the writers because they can't really directly address stuff that you as a player in your own story haven't done, I guess. It's like a struggle for them. If it's like mandatory main story content, then that makes it so much easier for them to be like, oh yeah, remember when, you know, Werlet is working on its independence and that's what, you know, Gaius is doing now? But you can't really acknowledge that in the main story because they'll be like, well, when did that happen? But yeah, what an incredible character arc. Welcome back, Omega. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So, what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? Oh, you know, he's fucking big. Big. By Ralga's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Werlet are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance, and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Very nice. Okay. I didn't know how long that was going to take when we started this at the beginning of the stream. I was like, you know, maybe like an hour. Turns out it was 2 hours. But very, very good story to play through. Here's a grenade. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Ali. No, Gaius. That's a hand grenade. Don't do it. Ooh. Adoption time. What? That was you once upon a time. Damn, it's like memories for everyone. Oh, that's old her.
Wow. Damn, all of them. Gotta admit though, fucking Gaius Vader was one hell of a look. That is just such a helmet. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Ali. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father. Cinematically timed sunrise. Finn, they put a nice little end on the thing as well. Amazing. To really, like, put a bow on it. They were proud of that one. The cinematic finish. Awesome. That was such an incredible storyline. Let me tell you about the diamond weapon, mister. An excellent choice. Here's your big old diamond bust. The most formidable of weapons, one that requires no introduction. Let me begin with its alternate name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it is an anti-icon war marker, and the I is a numeral indicating that it belongs to the first series of prototypes. Z seems to imply that it's the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. But that's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfected state, but it's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the names of the weapon project. Perhaps you should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. I was planning to give this sculpture to the people of Werlet as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounter with the weapon. I hope it'll prove useful in preparing whatever the future holds in store. Nice. We'll do some extremes later. Lovely. Okay. Time to head to Revenant's Toll, everybody. It's a patch 5.5 time. Meanwhile, in Revenant's Toll, are we ready to close out this chapter of Shadowbringers? Alice is waiting patiently for the return of certain scions, not least of all you. Good news, Omega. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything from the towers, from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, huh? Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alice, Grahar, and Omega, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? No, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try, repeatedly, but no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Ruban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap he would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse in fact, devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fan Daniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with only one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fan Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger. Which reminds me, I have a message from our amigo. Ruban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Alright, it begins. If you are curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kryl and I have no more than a hypothesis. But Ishtola, I want to know what you're getting up to. Alright, let's travel to the Alamigan Quarter. Story time. Everyone's here. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Almaja abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. The Royal Menagerie is still closed to civilians. Fan Daniel and his pet certainly left their mark. Although I was only in Revenant's Toll a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Flamin. Spring water only, it being a flying visit. No drinking and flying. The Final Fantasy XIV farming sim where you can wife Ishtola. I don't know about a farming sim. More like, you know, we play house together, Ishtola and I. Just husband and wife, no kids, maybe a dog. Nothing wrong with that. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome? Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. I might have to fight Runar. Let me just lay down the law in my house, right? Runar doesn't exist. He lives in a different world. He's gone. Ishtola is in my house now. Runar not here. Arenvold, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. Thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elizard are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. I actually, this is so funny to think about. The whole, like, late bloomer thing, where it's like, we'll be tall one day. I'll be as tall as Urianger, just you wait. I actually hope that that's something that comes up in the story. Like, I want to just... Alice and Alphino walk in from off-screen in, like, a new expansion, and they're just tall, and that's just part of the growth. Like, I want that to happen. It's like the whole Saiyan premise from Dragon Ball is they stay like these little teeny boppers for so long, and then all of a sudden they just go and then they growth spurt, and then they're huge. So we gotta have that happen for these guys. And may I remind you that we Elizard are known to be late bloomers. You're gonna crane your neck at me, I'm gonna be tall. How old is Alice and Alphino? Like, what's their sort of age? Hang on, here we go. So it says, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moon Breeder towered over me nonetheless. So, hang on. So they're teeny boppers. How interesting. How interesting. Okay. So it was not... When you hit 20, you go poof. I actually thought that Alphino and Alice were in, like, their early 20s at least. But that's also because I didn't expect them to be so young. That's interesting. And then Urianger seems to be the oldest of the group next to Ishtola. They're 16 in a realm reborn and time doesn't pass. They're just very slowly growing. Do they go up like 1 year each expansion? Get to the growth spurt already. Thancred's older than Urianger. These guys are so illogical. Aradvold brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Oh, dude, Fordola. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Yeah, what gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? Ishtola will never speak of her age. Never ask a mage her age. The entirety of 14 so far has taken place in the span of like a year and a half, which is kind of batshit insane to think about, like, plots like this, because there's just so much happening all of the time. And it's so interesting as well, because Shadowbringers gives the opportunity for these characters to have spent actual years in a whole different world. Like, Thancred, Urianger, and Ishtola are years older mentally. And Alphino and Alice are like a year older, which is a lot when you're a youngin'. If Fordola is going with him, then that must mean... My apologies. As Arenvold rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Yeah, Graha is just old as fuck. But then he's also so youthful. That's funny.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy, and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
There she is.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fordola since Stormblood, which is so cool. I love that the way that they can use older characters like that. You guys think that Alphino and Arenvold... I don't know why, it gets like this interesting vibe between the two of them. Just an interesting vibe between the two of them. Chair. If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. I can accept that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory, but to only send 2? Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglathan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alfino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
This guy's always been cool, I'll tell you.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Finally.
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go off and get my bro.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
So, you know, if they're going for sort of a, you know, close friends, brotherly bond between Alphinaud and Arenvald, they shouldn't make it so closeted. They shouldn't make it so romantic. Especially for the fact that Alphinaud is younger. But it's palpable. The way that the two of them interact with each other is so, like, open secret. It's very interesting. Because there's just certain ways that they talk and interact with each other. And he's like, that comment where he's like, you know, I'm older in my mind, but my body is still the same, as you well know. There's definitely, it gives that vibe. It does feel that way for sure. Because he's like, oh, where are you going? Arenvald, what are you doing? Where are you going? You're putting yourself at risk. I think there's a close bond is formed there, but it doesn't feel like a brotherly bond. I'll say that much. Marking a jump scare. Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it will be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. Yeah, if we can get a hold of him, goddammit. My boy's slippery. I get the impression Arenvald is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful Alphinaud was there to see him off. Alphinaud is keen to track down Estinians. Here be dragons. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it'll keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. We need to put a tracker on that guy. We need it. Next time we see him, I'm putting a tracker on him. I'm gonna gift him a little necklace. I'm gonna say, look, I thought of you when I saw this necklace. It's a little dragoon symbol. And he'll go, oh, that's so kind of you. And then I'll say, there's a camera in there. To Foundation we go. Let's go. We're going to Ishgard. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. And if he's half the man Alphinaud claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see the place in all its former, forgive me, in all its original glory, is a tantalizing prospect indeed. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Omega can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel Manufactory. So perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. It's always nice to go back to the old expansion locations and interact with these characters, for sure. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Where's my dragoon boyfriend? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent. In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. No. Nah, if there's one thing about Omega Ocelot, he's just got multiple boyfriends and multiple girlfriends if Thancred hasn't stolen them. And that's the rule of the Scions. Before we talk to Alice at the airship landing, I'm just going to take a brief bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Shall we continue? So Estinian is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
That knowing smile.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Oh.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Fucking hell. He's like, what the fuck?
Someone mind explaining what is going on?
He's like, this is why I don't hang out with you guys.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Literally, he's just like, this is why I don't answer your calls.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
It's interesting because now we're like, we can say as the brothers he's never had. I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them.
I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he's not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
What a scene. What a scene. Someone a little less blunt. He showed up and he was happy. He was happy to see people. You're a little more rugged. I love, like, the way that he was, like, purely complimentary as well. What a scene. Incredible. That mixed with Graha just, like, being like, oh my god, it's Estinian. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. Ah! I meant to click on Estinian. Now I won't know what Estinian had to say! Oh my god, no. What was Estinian gonna say, chat? I clicked on the wrong guy. It has been quite some time since last I set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Omega is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one to have met Tiamat face-to-face. I do have some people playing New Game Plus alongside me, so perhaps they'll talk to Estinian for me and let me know. Let's just say that it helped that Midgard Sorma was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. Flashback. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she had harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. The guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Okay. So the Estinian quote is, Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before, she may have again, willfully or no. Okay. Not a huge miss, so I think that's okay. Alright, we have 2 people that said, so that confirms it. Thank you. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. These your dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. It was the Asians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Alligans with the means to capture Primors. So much suffering, all of it by design. Hey, no worries, Angelique. Thank you so much for joining the stream today and hanging out. My Uber is about to arrive for an early breakfast, so I'm going to be taking a little bit of a food break in a second so I can eat. But you know what that means, chat. It means I get to show off my newly acquired Pokemon cards. And isn't that what we all look forward to on the Final Fantasy XIV streams? We go, when will Maps show off his next Pokemon card haul? Oh, not the hour-and-a-half Grubhub. No! I hate having to wait. Like, once it starts getting to that point, it's over, you know? It's all over. Let me tell you, I got some beautiful cards to show you after lunch. I'm taking a look at the numbers now, and oh, it's a nice haul. It's a nice little haul. I'm just watching my Uber driver maybe arrive to this location in good time. Maybe. He might be taking the long way around, which is a little disappointing. But we'll see. You guys are going to be happy with 2 of these cards specifically. They fit in the month that I'll be showing them off in. It'll all make sense soon. I just have to find the second one. I got to arrange the whole in a way that makes sense, you know? That's important. How good is this music, though? Ooh, not the wet switch. That sounds awful. Luckily, I went to go pick mine up in person. Still have to like open it and take a look at it. I just haven't had time to like actually sit down and play around with it because I also was out of the house for a few days. So I had yet to actually sit down and play the Switch, play some Mario Kart World. Oops. Unboxing video. Never. It's probably for me to enjoy in my own time. There are some games that I'm excited to play on the Switch, though. It'll be great to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in 60 frames per second. Ready for some live streams. That'll be a good time. Alright. I think my food's here, so we're gonna have food. So we're gonna have a little bit of a lunch break before we dive back in. Before I eat, I'll give you a little tease of these. My beautiful Sunshine Rainbows, Togetic, and Altaria. We got the Pride Month cards. Beautifully timed. Darling Ho-Oh? Ooh, in that case, hang on. I've got two things to show you. One of them I'm gonna have to get up and get. So, this is my binder for the new release, Destined Rivals, that just came out. So I'm working on my master set. That's the Wobba Fett promo, so it's on its own. But the green screen's not going to help with the grass cards, is it? Green. I'm working on my master set of Destined Rivals. It is coming along very smoothly. There's only a few things that I've got to sort out. But it's coming along well. But the reason for this is there's hello. That's not the Ho-Oh that I'm here to show off. Ghost cards because they're invisible. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my Pokemon adventures on the Switch. I'll let you know that much. Apparently Scarlet and Violet actually runs well, but I don't even own them yet. I haven't. The only Switch Pokemon games I own is Let's Go Pikachu and Mystery Dungeon. Yeah. Hello. It's one of the special ones right there. Let me try something. Hold on a minute. This might not work well. Hold on. This is experimental. I'm going experimental. Hold on. Oh god, that was a jump scare. That was me turning off my PC when I last used this. There we go. Alright. How's that? Now we can actually see. This is what I should have done. This is what I should have done all the other times. The sleeve makes it too shiny. It's still too shiny. It's a gorgeous card. Look at them shine. It's double sleeved, that's why it's so shiny, chat. Look at them shine. I protect my cards. Yeah, it's a good card. There's another one. I will say it though, this set just has some really beautiful cards. I'm still working my way through it though, but that Houndoom is so good. I love Houndoom. I love my dogs. And then you've also got your Misty's cards as well, which are so good. You gotta love Misty's Cider. I got holes in the binder because they're not done yet. I'm working through them. The big chase card is the Mewtwo, of course. And I have yet to pull it. Because my luck is not good. That's a really good hot chocolate, chat. I'm just going to be grateful that when I turned on my my other webcam, so it does this thing when you turn it on and you open it for the first time of the day, it like shows for a brief moment the image of what it last saw before I turn it off, which is sometimes quite funny. Sometimes I'm like shutting down on my computer after a shower, so I'm very glad that it wasn't a Naked Maps jump scare, because I was not thinking. The good news is that it was me just sat in the dark. That was almost concerning. It's okay. We avoided that. We got the breakfast wrap. We had first hash brown, yes, but what about second hash brown also in a wrap? Ooh, bacon quarter pounder. Very nice. See, I'm at least sticking to some sort of breakfast item. A cheese sandwich. Thanks for hanging out in the party cast while you were here anyway, I appreciate it. Oliver, welcome to the stream. You've joined at a perfect time. It's food time. But I appreciate that. Alright. Breakfast consumed. Always keep this at your desk if you eat at your desk. Keep them not greasy hands on the keyboard. Will do, Oliver. Have a good sleep. Okay. Now, chat, you probably thought we were going to play some Final Fantasy XIV. I ask that you hold on a minute. Some cool stuff I have to show off. I'm almost done with my master set of 151. So I just needed, this was one of my last ones that I needed, the Charmeleon. Actually, it will be kind of amazing for me to put these last couple in the binder on stream. It will be historic. This is my big boy. Has quite a few things in it. Like this is the 20th anniversary set in Japanese. that classic type of stuff, which is amazing. That's in Japanese. That's what I got from the Japanese set. A bunch of stuff in here. And then that same set, but in English, which was called Evolutions. And I have a complete master set. So this is the full Evolutions master set, and it's got the classic cards. And then Charizard is, everyone loves Charizard, so there's fucking 4 of them. But it's also got like the Megas in there, which is cool. So this is basically my binder of just the original generation. This is like the 20th anniversary evolutions, including all of the secret rares, the beautiful cards. And then we get into this is like the modern 151 set, the master set of this. So it has all of the 151 in order. Oh. Heavy. Cannot find a good position to just hold this up comfortably. But the main attraction is at the end here. This is when it starts getting to the full arts, the illustration range. There's Bulbasaur and Ivysaur down there, and then here's Charmander. And then if I slide this one in, I have to sleeve it with my own sleeves though, because I am very particular about it. When I get new cards, they all have to be sleeved in my sleeves. I think the last card that Dex got for his master set of 151 was the Charizard, the big boy. So my final one was the Charmeleon. It's close. That goes. That's a full page done now. We got the Squirtle, Wartortle, Caterpie, Pikachu, Nidoking, Psyduck, Poliwhirl. That's Machoke, Angela, Mr. Mime, and an Omanyte. Some good stuff. And then get over to this. That's the big boy page. Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise. There's an Alakazam, and a Zapdos. And then there's a little gap in here. There's a little gap in here. Not for long. Got my Australian representation. The full art Kangaskhan. I love that for the people that aren't watching the Final Fantasy XIV streams, they have no idea that like tucked in halfway, there's like just these hidden Pokemon segments. There's nothing in the stream that would ever clue you in on that. You just get halfway and you go, okay, now it's time for the hidden Pokemon segment. Done. And then there's the shiny energies and the gold cards in the back. And then there's the promos as well. So I've got promo cards. Done. Very satisfying binder, that one. But yeah, I'll re-sleeve all these other cards off stream because it'll take too long otherwise. It's basically just other stuff that I love, like Groudon. We love Heracross. Heracross is a cool little full art as well. There's a lot of reflection because these all come in top loaders as well, so you can't win. Can't win. There's such a big mix though, which is funny. Because there's modern, but then there's also just like random surprise vintage. Like it's like you'll just be looking through them and then you go, okay, here's my vintage Lance's Gyarados. It's such a cool little piece of art, this one. Such a cool Gyarados. Gary. Yeah, the future Nuzlocke. People are gonna be like, where did this come from? This came out of nowhere. It's like, ha, you weren't at the streams. You didn't see when I was showing off my Tita. My cool Tita. You missed it. Well, some of the most gorgeous cards to ever exist. You miss those as well. You'll go, wow. I wasn't there when Maps showed off some of his most beautiful cards that he has. This camera does not do it does not do it justice. They look too washed out. I have to like hold it at this angle to get it at like its actual color. But there's some beautiful cards, those. It's a tough life when Umbreon's your favorite evolution, because it is always the most sought after, because everyone loves Umbreon. Isn't that a bit of a shame? This is a good camera too, it's just not very good at doing... it does what it's meant to, you know what I mean? Probably not good for showing off stuff. But, yeah. A lot of mid-era vintage stuff, which I love to focus on. I like the vintage, but then, like, the new stuff is really cool as well. These are all, like, tag team cards, where they do, like, duos of, Pokemon. Yeah, it's not a card game. Just the duos. You know, Raichu and Alolan Raichu. Oh, nice. Snorlax and Eevee, what a combo. Wailord and Magikarp. Grimer and Alolan Grimer. Deoxys and Espeon is such a weird combo, love it. Tyranitar and Sableye. There he is, Gengar and Mimikyu. Look at that Gengar, it's such a good artwork. Latias and Latios, the tag team. Dusknoir and Trevenant. Piplup and Blastoise. And Togetic, Clefairy, and Cleffa and Igglybuff. The babies. The tag teams are so cool, having multiple cards, multiple Pokemon on one card. I've got some others already. These were just the ones I didn't have yet. These are just the ones that I had yet to acquire. This is more ones that people would have seen in childhood, like the older style holos that are vintage. You know, Koga's Beedrill. We got Scizor, Sabrina's Haunter. We got Blissey. I have a collection of cards from the same artist. So this is another one for that, the Yukimori collection. I love Smeagol because he's my little artist. He's just my painter. Look at that beautiful hollow. Sleeping Pokemon are also a vibe. If there's a Pokemon and they're sleeping, I'm pretty keen to have them. Gotta have a little collection of sleeping Pokemon. It's the rules. Another artist spotlight that I really love is Kamiya Kamiya does really trippy artworks, and they're so fun. Like, you can tell he's just having fun with it. Like, he just does PSA 1. He just does like very surreal interpretations of Pokemon that I love. They're just vibing. He's just having a good time. That one's not having a good time. It takes like the existing Pokemon and then they go, what if we made it weird? What if we made it weird? And I love that. He just has such a iconic style. Like, he's like, look at Ponyta, but what if Ponyta was also like a box? Look how boxy that Ponyta is. It's so weird. He's just a strange little guy. I love it. So that'll be for me to sort out after the stream, all of this. Either going into the vintage binder or the beautiful full art binder. Is that Shogun throwing itself off a cliff? I don't know about throwing itself off a cliff, but it's kind of like going down a cliff, yeah? He's probably rolling because he can roll. Shogun can roll. Some that I don't even show off. But alas, I think we have some Final Fantasy to play. What do you reckon? Final Fantasy 14 Shadowbringers patch 5.5. Right? That's what we're doing, that's where we are. Alright, breakfast time over, show and tell over. The Pokemon segment has come to a close. Yeah, I really like that Lance's Gyarados. That was one that I saw that I was like, yeah, kind of gotta have that one. Just looks so cool. I really loved that era of Pokemon cards as well, where they had the circle border. Like, you got those like classic vintage ones that were more like, here's like the box, you know, the box art. But then when they did, where is it? When they did Lance's Gyarados, it's like the ones that just kind of have like that curve to it. And they had the big, thick yellow borders. That was around during like the E-Series era. And they had like those little scannable barcodes on it. Good stuff. Okay. Estinian. Righteous indignation. Estinian is ready to lead the way. Tiamat awaits. This way. I should get out of my Final Fantasy VII trial never mind. I cannot play glamour plates here. I'm stuck in my Advent Children outfit. To think that man is responsible for all this and so much else that dragonkind has suffered. Resigned to help her fate, though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, would she only let us. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. No matter what, chat, we always return to Heaven's Ward. Should have switched to my Dragoon job for... Should have switched to Dragoon for Estinian. My sire's mortal champion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Evil Bahamut is kind of, around. Evil Bahamut, Fandango, Evil. That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop? God, I feel so bad. It's like, can we just, like, break these chains, please? Surely we're powerful enough. Can we free her, please?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Get mad, Tiamat. Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well understand the consequences.
That you are yet in possession of your own will, is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Nice. Okay. We freeing Tiamat with this one? It won't make up for what she's suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. I confess my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. While Porksies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allagans kept detailed records on all their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Omega here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to help me take the first step toward a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tartaru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Aetherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. It's Allagan bloodline time. Hey, this might help. Maybe get into some locked doors and stuff. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrose, Riange, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference of not only memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so we keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. The traits of bloodlines. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Interesting indeed. It's possible the restraints may have mitigated the effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung onto her reason through it all says a lot of her strength of will, more than a lot. Alice and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. Okay. Getting Tiamat free and having her on our side would be crazy. It'll probably take a lot of snapping her out if she succumbs to the influence, though. But yeah, how to come back to Heavensward loose threads? Just have Fandango revive a Bahamut of his own. I would rather leave these Allagan contraptions to you and Alphino. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Alright, let's look at nodes and compare notes. I realized I've said this before and on more than one occasion, but I never cease to be amazed by Allagan technology. Amazed and disturbed. Obstreperous node. KRRR. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. These nodes, or whatever it is you call them, why do they quiver so? Why they got these quivering nodes? What the hell? Glamorous node. Blip bloop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Well then, that one seems interesting. How about we fast track that maintenance? Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A node which smelled like burned hair. I know the one. Though I thought the stench was more akin to a fire in a manure shed. But it seemed likelier to explode than grant our wish. Surely there must be another. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. Only if they are willing to lead us to the node we seek, which I somehow doubt. But from what I recall of the flagship's design, the node you found could facilitate communications throughout Azizlar. So we may yet find a use for it. And there was a chirping node, said something about dragon restraints. Not really that important. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. To shreds, you say? But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Blip bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Take my spirit vessel and we'll see how royal I am. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood. Field trial spirit vessel. New user detected, commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. What do we reckon? What are we thinking? I'm very curious about the options here. am Estinian wormblood. Very funny. But if that thing speaks my name, I shall see that it never speaks again. Use your own, Omega Ocelot, in case you've forgotten. It just forces your own name, which is funny. Username changed. Welcome, Omega Ocelot. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. You must system update your console. However, we have taken the servers offline. But please purchase the Nintendo Node 2. This time we promise not to turn the servers off. Until we do. A system update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? To smash it to pieces. Now that I do understand, you can go first. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. The issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Lovely. Righteous indignation. Tanakuro, I am lucky to also have a 3DS that has Pokebank on it. How crazy is that, though? With Pokebank, you can use it because it's still accessible, like you can do that. However, if you don't have it on your 3DS because the servers have gone down, then you can't. Gone forever. So I will never get rid of that 3DS of mine. I don't know what possessed the Alligans to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these Allagan devices seem so easy. For vengeance. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Look at me, this is a task for you and Alphino. The terminal appears to be a similar one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let us hope it will be equally helpful. Access granted to user Omega Ocelot and his adolescent Elizan companion. Master Ocelot's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Incredible. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update. 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may be changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed that much. As long as we paid due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we should be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. Might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may have yet use of it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatir once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. Well, we'll see. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Allagans. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turned to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times where you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. Couldn't resist. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, but even if it be the faintest glimmer, I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to those that you wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Nice. Speak with LSA. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument. Given all that is at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Warning, releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. And we return to Alice. Just one moment, everybody. Whoa. This car fits the aesthetic quite well. I'm not holding up well. If I can be quite honest with you, I'm not holding up well, you know. I've had people throwing eggs at my home. Anytime I've like left the house, there's people holding Muppets, and they're like mimicking laughter, and they follow me for a while until I have to run away down the street, and they're just doing this with their Muppet mouths and going ha 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 and laughing at me. Endless hate online. The socials, they're on fire. Yeah, it's just crazy. And all because I said, hey guys, the Muppets are gonna show up in a second. And that unleashed all hell. Jeff Keighley was making a joke and I said, here come the Muppets. And it was all downhill from there. If this Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. Dalmasca, you are most welcome. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's indeed elsewhere? He died, actually. He slipped and fell all the way down. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Oh, okay. I'll wait till after this to talk about this. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the Umbra, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. That's the thing. It takes so much ether just for one tiny guy. Like, we're gonna need to gather a whole civilization spirit bomb level of ether for a dragon the size of Tiamat. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Gotta eat that bread, and lots of it. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints of ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Here we go. Such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men and Allag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Because you're becoming yourself again. Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Omega, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. That's our focus here after all. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not meant to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating, this correlates with the writings of the Charlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly. If it would appear. It would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. That's something that's kind of crazy, is being like a historian or like researching this stuff and like theorizing where like the origins of things, and then not being around at the time that it gets like confirmed to be true. You're like, god damn, that must be such a feeling to be able to witness something like that. Again, Angelo. Angel Healing Blast! Give her another one! When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion, such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet, as even the days went by, ship after ship appeared on the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of the fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered by blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Get Alice some ether bread stat. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, which are almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Oh, keeping watch from above in case he needs to perform a dragoon dive. Ugh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Slowly but surely, the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. And I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful. I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Tiamat, healing time, go!
No! I'm almost there! This is it, Angelo!
What a shot.
Alice, please.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Ooh, there's the risky move. Deeply unserious the cure for tempering is. It is a little bit, isn't it? It's get healed with a giant pig. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
Free her.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
She goes, haha, I was just tricking you. Okay, I love that we are actually freeing Tiamat. That is amazing. Because I'm like going into this scene earlier and I'm like, God, that's so sad. Can we free her already? Thank you. Spoke it into existence. God, it's gonna feel so good to stretch those wings. God damn. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise. Actually, so sick. Yeah, we're in Heaven's Ward again.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Paglathan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way.
Of course you will, as he always does.
Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Oh. Okay. Yes! So sick. He's like, shall we ride? Let's go. Estinian just has to be cool. He simply is that guy. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. We all know that Estinian making his own way means that he says, I'm about to do something really cool, and you guys can watch. The flames of war, with Lunar Bahamut bound for Paglathan. Grahatir is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. Final 2 quests of this patch, yes, but what about the second patch point 5? There's patch point 55, because they love to just keep it going a little bit. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar, the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. We got a little bit of a smaller showing for this stream than the previous patches, but patch 5.3 is huge. So it makes sense. We're going to get some more people showing up for the ending of the Shadowbringers questline, though. If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, now I'm ready for anything. First the state of abductions and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telephoroi aim to achieve with all of this? As I am sure you recall, Arenvold and Fordola were bound for Paglathan. I pray they have not come to any harm. By happy coincidence, Kryl and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached of Lunar Bahamut's return. There is much to discuss, but it will have to wait. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly in the aid of the Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. Yeah, weekend's probably better. Alright guys, I'll end the stream right now. I get the hint, alright? I get the hint. I'll end the stream right now. Will I ever play the Star Wars The Old Republic? That is the plan. I got room for one MMO at a time, and Final Fantasy XIV is the one that we're playing. When I finally get up to date, and we go through Endwalker and Dawn Trail, and we're sort of waiting for that story content, the Old Republic is planned to be the next MMO series, but I might not jump straight in. Like, if I catch up to Final Fantasy XIV, I might take that opportunity to do some other content on streams for a while, but we'll see, because that is quite some time away, you know, because Endwalker and all of those patches, and then there's Dawn Trail, and I think those patches are currently coming out. Yeah, I can play Elder Scrolls Online, and I can make my character look like that orc that apparently I look like. Oh, hold on, I didn't read that yet. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telephoroi have other plans. Paglathan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarupin at their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the emulsion. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Oh. That accursed facial hair on her. Lala. Your Grace. Marshal Tarupin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. If we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic hordes besides. Tiamat's children. Yeah, good luck. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Emulsia show any signs of tempering. Strange, but Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls. Perhaps it is not a true Primal. Unless it is incapable of doing so, Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. See, Y'shtola and I, we're just locked in. Her and I were like this. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Omega and others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. To the front lines once more! You had to think about that nod for a while. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvold and Fordola are in Paglathan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Very nice. Speak with the Immortal Flames pilot at the airship landing. I'm getting lost in Ul'dah. And we haven't even done anything yet to the Aetheryte. Where am I going? Airship. How do I get to the airship place? I fucking hate Ul'dah. I can't travel to this one though. Hold on. Click it twice. Oh god. Why wasn't that working the first time? I swear I clicked that twice the first time. And I went, oh, that doesn't work. Thank you. I must not have double-clicked with enough gusto. My apologies. Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telephoroi would move to attack the Amalja. Fan Daniel's objective is death and destruction. One of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think that Estinian and Tiamat have already reached Paglathan? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It is not impossible that the Telephoroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arenvold and Fordola's benefit. Given what we know, or some, perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldiers have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. But they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So the Telephoroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not? What secrets are they hiding? Let us find out together. Greetings, we've been expecting you, but say the word, we should depart from Paglathan at once. Whoa! Ah, it's dungeon time. Okay, so we have, yeah, like Mobius say, we're one short of a B team. Is there any other gamers here that I have not added to the party? Cast, would you like to be the fourth for B team? Or are you still doing stuff? I will... no worries. Just if the B team want to run a dungeon as well. I'll take Galleon and Tiny Gremlin as my two DPSs, because I haven't done a run with Tiny Gremlin yet, I believe. This is Tiny Gremlin's first run. So I will start this party. Farewell. I'll run it with these four. Is this the same dialogue as before, or is this new? Hold on. Ah, this is new. At the cost of his own life did Master Louis Soir strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incarnation, it cannot be suffered to threaten this star. Like most who have spent time in Ul'dah, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amalja, but today I will fight side by side with them in common cause, and hope that none of them remember me. The grasslands of Paglathan will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemy are, we will not have to fight against the terrain, at least. By dealing with Lunar Bahamut and his hordes, so too will we render aid to Arenvold and Fordola. Come, let us go. Whether he's here or not, we can be sure Fandania was behind this attack, and that makes me doubly determined to see that it fails. I know not what designs the Telephoroi have on Paglathan, but I do know they must be stopped for the good of the Amalja and us all. Alright, here we go. Long have the sweeping plains of Paglathan been home to the nomadic Amalja. Though the herding of livestock keeps them constantly on the move, the permanent settlement of Zolmark forms the seat of power and the center of their society. It is there the Telephoroi would wreak destruction, dispatching a vast host comprised of both Imperial soldiers and tempered dragons, with Lunar Bahamut at its head. Yet even against these heretofore unimagined foes, the Amalja stand strong, with Estinian, the recently freed Tiamat, and the Eorzean alliance at their side, and eager to turn the tide. Very nice. Yeah, I thought you were still online, because the friends list still had you as around. Oh no, chat. Who's the sleepy one? It may or may not have been Tiny Gremlin. Who's the sleepy one? Because yeah, I was like, we didn't actually get confirmation Tiny Gremlin's still here. Whoa, music! Yes! Let's go. I'm wearing my Advent Children fit. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. I'm wearing my Advent Children fit to go take on Bahamut. This is Advent Children for real. Yes, this is patch 5.5 of Shadowbringers, so we are still in it. This should be the final Shadowbringers that we do. Music. Thoughts on Shadowbringers? It's so bad, but people keep wanting me to play it, so I just keep having to log on and play it. It's almost as bad as the Muppets. Is here. This way, allies, comrades, friends. Whenever the electric guitar comes into Final Fantasy, you know they're about to cook up a gourmet sound. It's good every time. Thank you, Overdweller. Let me show you the way. Boom. Alright. Well, yeah. Whoa. Look at that shot, dude. Like the fucking sunset behind the tower. Oh. Oh. What a shot. Lightning rod towers. Oh, I see. You take it to the tower. That's fun. You love taking pictures here? What the heck? That is very unlike you. Oh, he farts. Fart attack. Cool little fight. Whoa. These treasure chests look cool. Oh, dude. Is that the Azure Dragoon?
What took you so long?
Dude, Estinian and Tiamat fighting together.
The mounts are in trouble. Let's split up.
No, don't split up. Very well, I shall fly to their aid. Such strength. So sick. Hey, Marika's here! Hey, Marika and Lucia, let's go! whenever we have to fight on the battlefield with our boys, it's gonna be a good time.
Oh, no, you don't.
Drops in to just say, oh, no, you don't. Oh! Sick. It's blue. That means it's not an evil attack. I love it when they put all this cool environmental shit going on in the background while you fight. My poor children, I shall free thee from thy pain. Wow, it's gonna help. Just to kill her own kids, like that just sucks. Yeah, and we get to see Estinian doing his little run. Off he goes, Estinian just running. You would lend us your aid and let us crush this accursed war machine. We must hold our ground until their defenses are broken. Whoa! I was not paying attention for that. I'm too busy smacking things. Once the way is clear, strike at the enemy's heart. Yes. Magitech Core. Douche. Nope. Whoa, missiles. Watch out for these really slow-moving missiles. Our flames will clear the way. Oh, that was quick. Nice. You fight well. Our brethren will hear of your brave deeds. God damn, that shot. How's that for open fields? Wow. I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My child shall bear me to them. That's fine. I'll just take the last one. I'm clicking on the dragon itself. There you go. Whee! Oh my god, that's so sick. Oh, there's Luna Bahamut. Jesus. Luna Bahamut's here, by the way. Tiamat's gonna be pissed. She's like, what did you do to my beloved's head? Good timing for that music. Luna Bahamut. Oh, don't miss. Woo-hoo-hoo. Doing fucking Tetra Flare. Alright, our turn. Look at that design. Mega flare. The middle. Nice. False icon slain. What's Fan Daniel gonna have to say about that? He's gonna say, "Oh, it was all part of my plan. I'm Fan Daniel." Hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Is that the last we've seen of Bahamut? Those kobolds certainly know how to handle themselves. The Amalja will not soon forget this day. Our allies have steered well clear of the tower for good reason. Our efforts may have helped Arenvold and Fordola escape. You notice how he keeps saying Arenvold and then he has to go, oh yeah, and Fordola. And Fordola. He's the only guy to constantly be bringing it up. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, and Fordola. Fordola's also there with him. Yes. But is Arenvold okay? What a shot. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain. As long as I draw breath, never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
dragons chose their friends well.
Whoa, big boy.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
It sounds like Timothy Dalton. Which is crazy. Which is crazy to even have that thought. Sounds like they got Timothy Dalton to play a gruff war chief. We would be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Someone look up the voice of the Amalja war chief for me, please. Who is that?
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
It's not over yet, that's for sure. Ominous towers still exist. Sometime earlier inside the Paglathan Tower. I did make friends with the Amalja in the society quest thing. Oh god. Oh, it's squelchy in there.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Oh! Luna Efreet.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Oh my god, okay. Are involved. Dude, so they have like lunar versions of all of the primals with these towers that are like... So you know how you need to have like tempered and they do like this summoning? Instead of like it being willing participants, it's like these bloody just like flesh sacrifices attached to the walls of the tower that can like perform some sort of like lunar summoning. That's fucking crazy. And it's all squelchy and fleshy in there. Yeah, and then it just goes, oh yeah, we're in Uldar now. We're back in Uldar. Wow. Insane. I should have known you'd be the one to end it. Mayhap now Tiamat will find some measure of solace. Hiccup. Though the day is won, thanks in no small part to thy valor, the Telephoroi are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, 'tis only right that we rejoice in Luna Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. It will take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and Amalja, but one has to start somewhere. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Arenvold will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun of the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. Okay. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. Is it though? Like this whole time with everything going on, we haven't even seen him. We haven't even seen him show up not once. Since that previous scene with him making his entrance. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenvold's safe return. My sweet, sweet Arenvold, Alphino says. Okay. You may now enter Paglathan with a party of NPC avatars. Alphino. When the dust settled, Alphino is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Paglathan with the Sultana. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Oh. Sorry, should I say? Brave scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. What is a frontistery? Your Grace, whatever is the matter. As our troops withdrew from Paglathan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Arenvold protected Fordola from Luna Efreet. That's the face of a man who's in love with Arenvold. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Be that as it may, if he's a little bit younger, I think that something to, keep into account is, doesn't matter what age you are, you'll still crush on people. And I think someone said Arenvold's 19. Still a gap that is a little bit inappropriate. But they're both youthful. They're both youthful. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Yeah, these guys are just friends. Can you tell us aught of Arenvold's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Naught save that it was grave. The chirurgeons tend to him, even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Omega, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Leave it to the 2 Azure Dragoons to emotionally comfort the boy. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Paglathan. Emotional support dragoons indeed. I should put my dragoon fit on. Come on then. Estinian's like, usually this isn't what I do, but I'll make an exception this time. I was planning to make a really cool and stylish exit, but here I am. Alfred's feelings for Arenvold are as platonic as Alice's feelings for the Warrior of Light, so... not that platonic. Yep. It's really... it's about as transparent as a pane of glass, that one. Alright, hold on. I'm a bit under-leveled. But I do look cool. Hold on a sec. Yep, that's fine. Can't manually adjust the visor in this bad boy when I'm looking like the Grim Reaper, but what can you do? Let's have a look at some of my... what are some of the Dragoon fits I have prepared? Some classic ones. Only those two, I think. Yeah, I've only got 2 prepared. This is just another one on my ammo plate. Yeah, still at the 80 Shadowbringers cap, so that is fine. There's definitely gear on here that needs to be improved, but that's because we switched to Dark Knight as our main, and it probably will end up staying our main, to be honest. I mean, we'll see. I've got EXP increase until level 90 for all of my classes with my Dawn Trail earrings. Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you just tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something. Anything. Oh no, let's recreate the loss meme, but with Alphino. It's a good idea to alternate, because once you hit 100, you stop getting XP. Yeah. Like, we'll be alternating across those two until I choose a third one, which will probably be like Gunbreaker or something. Another one comes to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demelio is attending him as we speak. If you'd be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demelio say? Tell me his exact words. Let the Chirurgeons do their work. Ah, you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvold, I was afraid that something like this may have happened. But now that it has, all we can do is wait. People have talked to me about role quests. Yes, I am planning to go through those.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Not what he wants to hear.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
She's about to yell at him.
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot will be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Such a good voice. We've gotten so much more Estinian than I thought we were going to get. I was like, oh, we'll get him and he'll help us out for a bit. And then he goes, anyway, got a date with a, you know, some sort of secret mission. And he's been hanging out for a while. It's been good. Unable to invite. That player is currently watching a cutscene. Probably should have seen if I could talk to Estinian there, actually. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. We're trying out new perfumes if you'd like to join us. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. He's having a nap. What a huge dinner table.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
Oh, it's just fucking gross it was. It was bloody fleshy and pulpy, and there was blood and guts everywhere, and bodies stuck to the walls and everything in it. And then big old Ifrit was there.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglathan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
A new dawn. A new dawn trail. Well then. Oh. Amidst this great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. If there is no reason to linger, I will take my leave. Yeah. I need to go as soon as possible. Alphino knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with Arenvold, have you not? And I shall say no more. With the secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Fail in this, and our enemies shall punish our negligence with a plague of primals. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of Her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavor. Remind me to mention it to Tartary, would you? Though we have won our first battle against the Telephoroi and made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Indeed. Right then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arenvold is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Cryle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. A Tartary hot bath and snacks, please. It'll be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Cryle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Aha! Fine. Estinian's been dragged along some more. You can't leave yet? Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Bordesian woman. The slow zoom. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? It's like, I literally have to. I'm not allowed to not come. Return to the Rising Stones! Now, usually in my experience, the patch 0.55 is usually...
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
I believe it's usually shorter. I don't know how long it's going to take, because then we also have to think about the meanwhiles and the cutscenes and the setup. So I'm not sure, because we're at like almost 6 hours for this stream, because there was the weapon trial that we did for almost 2 hours. So I'm not sure how much longer 5.5 will go for. We may... Yeah, 3 quests but cutscene dense. I don't even know if an estimate would be able to do it justice. Like, could we... I doubt we'd finish it in, like... It feels like that could be another couple of hours, you know? What do you reckon? Should we push through and do it now and finish all of it? Or should we save 5.5 for next stream and then do some other stuff afterwards? Like do some extreme trials or savage raids or something. Or check out the Heavens Ward Alliance raid that we never did. I don't know. I think that might be best.
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Near the end of the Dragonsong War, or that day in the Crystarium. Yeah, were we spoken to in the Crystarium? That was like... God, I'm trying to remember this exact instance. Whether it was like when we first arrived at the start of Shadowbringers? Was it in the Crystarium? No, so it was the Dragonsong War. I'm trying to remember if it was spoken to in the Crystarium or not. Near the end of the Dragonsong War? Maybe.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
Puppy dog eyes.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
God damn.
Thank you, Estinian.
We finally got him.
Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan.
And do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
She's like, I'm leaving, so I need Estinian to join the party to take care of Alphino. Alright, well, he's told us he's staying now. Meanwhile... someone wants a new weapon so bad that he's got a whole room of them. I recognize a few of these.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
So the reason why Fandaniel didn't show up during the Lunar Bahamut dungeon and that whole sequence of defeating it was he was too busy procuring a whole bunch of weapons. He was way too busy just being like, oh my god, I gotta get all of these swords. Otherwise he's gonna kill me.
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
I love that he's just been grinding for, like, raid weapons.
Well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
You're gonna save it for a reveal. His brand new sword has to be a fancy reveal. Oh man, there's our meanwhile. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. None can deny that Heidelin's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Yeah, is she being blocked, or are we being ghosted? What's going on there? Strikes me as odd. Rather than the marching on one of city-states, the Telephoroi have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go to the trouble of putting up all those towers if all they had in store for us was just simply that. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the Forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Cryo's request for cooperation in investigating the matter, but unfortunately their reputation would suggest otherwise. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. Hardened Alphino. Though we know not the full extent of the Telephoroi's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. If you've need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation for the next battle. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Oldenard Trading Company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. If you're going to have me here, you're going to have to provide me with some sun-dried squid, please. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thankered's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then you lot accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future. But for every fiend you shall vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arenvold. Wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back into a complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. And there it is, chat. We have finished patch 5.5, but 5.55, the 555, will await us next time. I have a long-needed stretch of the legs that I need to do, but we'll do it next time. So it'll be a few quests, but I expect a lot of cutscenes as we set up for the next expansion, Endwalker. We're finally approaching the end of Shadowbringers properly, so we'll probably finish up the story and then mess around for a bit. Like, we'll do some Savage raids or some Extreme trials, and we'll check out some of those things that we got to experience during the Shadowbringers questlines, some of those amazing trials and raids, but with a twist. I'll be very curious to see how they are mechanically handled, especially the Eden ones. Get ourselves some of that top tier gear. But thank you so much for joining me for this stream, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the story developments of 5.5 today. We have a brand new Scion joining the group. You know, it's always good to be reunited with our boy. But I had a lot of fun. Time for me to probably end up having a midday nap of some kind. And I will be doing the next stream probably over the weekend. So keep an eye out for the next scheduled stream. That'll be in a few days at least. And I will see you next time. Thank you so much, everyone.